last episode of Justice for All? God, like... I hate that I kind of tripped over that. Like, I've been putting the actual game, or the game in the trilogy that I'm playing in the stream details. But obviously, for me, when I go and put this into Steam, it's just the Ace Attorney trilogy. I keep forgetting what game I'm playing. Yeah. This investigation, before we even get to the trial, looks like it has multiple parts. So this is going to be fun. This is probably going to be long as shit, too. So, I'm sure Game Over, if they are around today, will be able to let me know that this is probably the longest one. And it looks like our boy's back. We should be cool. I would love to see him and Francisca interact. That would be so good. But, I had another thought, but it's gone. Oh, I guess briefly on the previous case, now that I've had time to kind of, like, think about it. I still really don't like that. May have oversold how bad that is. I do think that, like, that particular aspect of that episode could have been handled a bit better, or written a bit better. Like, I think there are better ways of doing something very similar to what they did with the Cape, or with the, Cape, whatever you want to call it. Like, I think there are better ways of writing basically the same scenario that actually makes, like, a more compelling story. Because I feel like they threw away one of the few characters in this game in particular, maybe even the trilogy, that is, like, stone-faced, unfazed by literally everything that happens up until the very moment that, like, yeah, you solved it. Good job. And that just seems a shame to me. Anyway, let's leave the circus behind and move onward. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? I said we were going to leave the circus behind, damn it. Who will be our hero of heroes? Whoa. Will be last year's run. Okay, maybe it's not the same thing. Captain Saipan. Students of certain starry school. Global hero. Onya Kopen. This is going way too fast for me to read. Tonight. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me. True hero of the night has appeared in our midst. Superhero. Looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to this... Fuck. The Nickel Samurai. Oh my god, he's got a robotic arm. Or mechanical. Title eluded you again this year. What the fuck has this got to do with anything? Grand Water Hotel, Viola Hall. Alright, yes, did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickel Samurai, he did it. Yeah, he sure did. I'm getting too old for this. Ah, I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. Oh my god, powers? Well, I mean, yeah, if samurai actors are involved in this, it doesn't surprise me he's around. So the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize? Yep. You know who we're talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai? No, every Sunday I only watch the educational channel's Kids Masterpiece Theatre. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theatre. Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to act your age and have interests that match. It's very important. This is really weird coming from a 9-year-old, but okay. Well, actually, it makes sense. It makes sense that, like, she'd be kind of... naive is not quite the word I want to go with here. But, like, that kind of makes sense. Whereas, like, from the story standpoint, it's kind of like... Or from the writer standpoint, it's kind of like... I don't know if that's true. A lot of people perceive certain hobbies as for kids. But, you know, maybe I have a vested interest in that view being incorrect. Anyway, I'll give it a rest, Pearly. It looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. Ah, it's like a dream. Too bad for the Jammin Ninja, though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess, warrior of little old Tokyo. I thought this might be his year. Yeah. Oh, hey, did anyone else think that the Jammin Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. Hey, you're right. Strange. Strange he'd walk around without his signature guitar. I will never understand these people and their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. It was nothing. I owe you one, so it's just my way of saying thanks. Hey, Nick, come on. It's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. A press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Ah, Nick, come on! You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Oh, why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Oh, this is going to be why. So there's going to be like a part 1 to this where we're kind of walking around I'm assuming an incident, and then we're going to be and then we're going to go through like an actual investigation. How are you doing, Will? Thank you very much for inviting us today. It was nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to a place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kids' exercise show. While wearing a rabbit mask over my face. Oh, I see. I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you that time, Mr. Wright. Well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was the Steel Samurai, and he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad you look scary, or people would know you're a real softie who's good with kids. Thanks? Can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. I can't believe it either, but for a different reason. The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch-nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of near old Tokyo. And last year, they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. The new series seems to be a hit with the kids. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I'd get the chance to do something in this new one. Yeah, it's too bad. It had been awesome to see you with the new actor. Oh yeah, it would have been. Yeah, sure. No. I don't know why, but for some reason that didn't click in my head. Yeah, it's too bad. It'd have been awesome to see you with the new actor, Matt Engarde. He's super popular right now. Mr. Unguard? Looks like Pearl doesn't know who he is. This year isn't going to be like the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? So who is this Jammin' Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is a bright red guitar he's always carrying. A ninja who's always carrying around a bright red guitar? How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and a guitar in hand. Ugh, fucking reading today. He rises to stardom in an ancient time. A ninja who becomes a star? Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios Nickel Samurai and Worldwide Studios Jammin' Ninja. They even air at the same time. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai's on guard and the guy who plays... Oh, the Nickel Samurai's on guard and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, I mean. Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh. Oh, you mean Matt Unguard, the actor. I guess even the world of heroes isn't a sparkling, happy place. Yeah. I mean... Oh, we've just got a photo of that. Actually, hold on. I wonder if this person actually doesn't have their arm. Or if this is like some kind of... It's always hard to tell, like... Because... Like, for us... There's distinctions between, like, this piece of art and a real person. But within this world there isn't, because it's all presented through this. So I'm wondering if this is like, oh, one of those renders... If this is meant... Or this probably isn't. This is probably just literally what that person looks like, because you'd want to try and communicate that it wasn't. But, yeah, it's making me wonder if this person doesn't actually have their right arm, or if it's just, like, really convincing sort of mechanical, a mechanical outfit. What does it say about Will? Samurai's face is a bit intimidating, so he's got hard luck in showbiz. 24. Oof. Younger than me and looking older than me. Ooh. Yeah, I guess we move on now. Wow. What is with this place? Looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. Sure. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see. Record companies, fan clubs, company workers, family. Carrying all these flowers home would be hard, I think. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Matt on Guard's room. Matt on Guard. I've heard that name before. Oh yeah, Maya's always yammering about him like the obsessed fan she is. Piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan Corrida's room, which I would assume is probably the Jammin' Ninja. Juan Cordia. His name just sounds like a star's name. Heard it before, but I don't know anything about him at all. To Miss On Guard from the Global Studio staff. Ah. It'd be nice if lawyers it'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too. Something like, to Mr. Wright, from all your grateful clients. There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, there are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay here in the first place. Like, Phoenix was just implying that... I can understand flowers in front of the dressing rooms. But what are stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, can't be. dismissive. Okay. I guess we... Like, Phoenix just heavily implied that he should probably go to the bathroom, but I don't think there's an actual way for me to go there. Oh. I guess we had to go there, examine stuff, and come back. Sounds like the post-ceremony show is about to start. Oh, right. I'm so pumped. Or it was implied that Phoenix just went, I guess. Wonder if he's going to show off his special move today. Nickel Samurai Smelting. Actually, what I'm interested in most is the press conference. You mean the big confession the Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show? So, what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers? Well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Bah. Sorry. So I guess you are all going to the press conference then? Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. Press conference ticket. Thank you very much. Well, let's get going to the lobby. Looks like it's... it looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for great justice. God. I would assume... Yeah, probably not. Anything worth mentioning? Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large, gaudy lobby to match. I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over there. They're using a compact stage, I see. Oh, I'm already ready to use my special samurai power. Maya looks like she's ready to start a fight. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. Oh.
The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show
will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances.
What? Why? Ow! You didn't have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it.
We're asking for everyone's cooperation at this time. So please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police.
Police? Did they just say police? Do you want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Freeze! You two, didn't you hear the announcement just now? I bet I know who it is. It just finished telling you not to move. That voice. I've heard that voice somewhere before. Oh. That was not who I thought that was going to be. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. Oh my god, is that what's her name? Just the other day, it was the same thing. There was a... Oh, it's her. Oh my god, she's back. Hey, game over. Oh no. This non-stop chatter. It can't be Miss Oldbag? What is it, you young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Wait, you! You're Powers, aren't you? Yeah. About what happened back then. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right. You're doing that children's exercise program, trying to play nice. Yeah, that's me. Thankfully I still have a job. I love that show. And you're a hoot. You're the Big Brother character, right? Yes, even with your covered bottles, At least it gives me a rest and a chance to have a drink. What are you doing here? Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. You look like you're dressed up like people in the show, so... but that outfit... Annoying, noisy brats get the blaster. I'm sorry. There's like two things here. The fact that this has its own sprite, brilliant. But second, I like how the fucking helmet just like in one frame moved back onto her head just so she could take the shot. Oh god. Oh. I bought Persona 5 Ultimate Royal Edition. Oh, nice. Man, the like more expensive editions of that game seem really not worth it to me, but yeah. I think it has a lot of the DLC costumes for a certain character in that game, but if you haven't played that before, you're gonna have a good time. It's a great game. Talk. Miss Oldbag, what are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios? Oh, that old place. Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut to the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you youngin'. It's a bundle with all the DLC of both games. I did play the non-royal game. Oh, okay. It and both Persona 2s are the only Persona games you like, to be honest. Yeah, I really enjoyed 3 and 4 and 5. I will probably never go back and play 3. And 4, 4 I would go back and play. In fact, I played it like twice back to back, and I'm still considering it for like an afternoon during the week stream, playing Golden. Actually, random thought, is the game audio a bit loud compared to my voice, or is it fine? I'm noticing it's a bit louder than usual. Yeah, I haven't played either of Persona 2, either of the Persona 2s though. No, it sounds fine. Okay, no worries. It's just been getting a bit loud on my end for some reason. I had an audio nightmare last night. So I have a little setup like behind my monitors where I can switch audio between something that's HDMI out, and my computer. So either like my Switch or the PS4 that I have. One of the things I have to do is switch which audio channel my speakers are attached to, because it can either be the HDMI out or the or my computer, but not both. And I had only like partially reconnected okay, interesting. Well, yeah, we might touch on that in the lunch break then, but yeah, like I had only like partially put the receipt or the connection back on the computer, and when I like put my headphones back in, I was only getting left audio. I was like, oh fuck, are my headphones breaking? So I'm like stressing out. I'm like trying to find if I've got like another like 3.5mm to 3.5mm cord that I could test to see if it's my headphones, the wire, or my speakers. It just turned out I didn't connect the thing properly. Which was really weird, because like I was partially taking my headphone jack out, and it sounded like I was getting sound in both, but I think I was just getting left audio in both of them, because that happens, that's happened before. Anyway, long tangent aside. Don't you remember that incident a year ago, when this lady got on the witness stand and testified? Yeah. Weren't you the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. But you know, I think maybe I rubbed the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first, after being handed old Pinky. You? A bodyguard? For your friend, that fiery, good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles. Mr. Edgeworth? But that sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. What did I ever do to deserve that? Don't shoot us, that's not our problem. So did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman. So wherever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard, at least for other people's sake? Silence, whippersnapper. Hey, Nick. What is it? I don't like that devilish... what is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out. No way. The police told us not to go anywhere, remember? Huh? How boring. You're such a boring guy. You've got no motivation, no spirit. Fucking excuse me? I saved your ass a couple of episodes ago. Huh? What? What's going on? Are you giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Oh, not you too, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick... That's certainly a reference. Hold on a sec. Sorry, I thought I heard something that needed my attention. Okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Yay! I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You'd walk over miles of hot coals for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? That would be every time we work a case together. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody, I get to come. What? Oh. So nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go look somewhere else. Alright, then let's try. Excuse me. Ah! Whoa. Are you by chance Miss Smile Faye? Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. A call? I wonder if it's someone from the Kurain village. What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead. I'll be right back, okay? Okay. Right this way, Miss Faye. Like a literal fucking scar down his face. Holy shit. Or sorry, stitches, not scar. I swear the body of that NPC is the same as the bellboy from 1 and 2. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the sprite from, like, you know, neck down was kind of reused. Like, especially games that have a lot of other characters, and, like... Like, you're probably correct, but I do want to, like, frame that a bit differently. Like, asset reuse is, like, a good thing, at least from video game terms. It saves you a lot of work, it saves you a lot of space, like, a lot of people like to portray this kind of thing as, like, cheap or something like that. And I'm not saying you are, game over, for the record. Yeah, I don't mind. It's just in this series in particular, it's not common. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. I'd have to look at the sprites again. But I guess just for, you know, anyone that watches, like, when I say that, oh yeah, that thing was reused, it's, like Game Over said, like, that's not actually a negative thing. And being a software engineer, I appreciate when stuff like that is used really cleverly. Because, like, if you're in a build, if, like, let's say we had to interview 3 bellboys, you don't have to have, like, you don't have to have unique sprites from the neck down for all of them, necessarily. Like, you can just use the same thing and then just replace the head, and there you go. Yeah. Like, reuse and stuff like that is something that, especially, like, clever games would do really well to save, like, space, to save money, to save time. It can be really good when it's not for lazy purposes. It's like when you create one different class for each bellboy. Well, yeah, exactly, right? Like, you build the sprite, or, yeah, you can consider it, okay, these are all the bellboys, so obviously they all have the same uniform, unless you wanted to specifically highlight someone as being, like, messy, or prim and proper, like, there are reasons you deviate from that, but even then, yeah. Anyway, we're getting off track. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. This is a little exciting, and a little scary. I'm guessing the hallway. I told you! I get people the info they want, which means that I've got a right to know. No, don't care who you are, pal. You're still... Oh. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait. It'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy detective, secret scandal revealed. You'll see. I'll get you back. Oh, is that fucking, Lotta? That southern accent can only mean... Hey, right. Hey, Lotta. Come on, do a girl a favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job, and I've got rights. You! Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is a scene of a murder, so she should leave this to us pros. A murder? Oh, shoot, me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said, and that's what it is. A genuine murder. I feel like I did that accent a lot better the first time she showed up. Now I've got, like, completely lost it. Hey, wait. Yeehaw! A murder of a big star, no less. Oh, man. I'm in trouble now. Hey, Gumshoe. Sir, Detective Gumshoe. A murder? No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick? Is the dead person the Nickel Samurai? Huh? Why do you ask? Well, Mystic Maya was rooting for him, so... What? Why? Oh, she might just be... I was gonna say, like, why would you imply that that's, like, that was almost definitely going to happen because of that? But she's probably just concerned, like, oh no, did Maya's favorite character die, basically. No, it wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal. The Jammin' Ninja? That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy? You mean Lotta? That woman, she was there that time too, right? That time? When Mystic Maya did that channeling? Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist? It looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah, I didn't wait for the front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal. But why would she... She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? So the victim was the Jammin' Ninja? Is the Jammin' Ninja? He's on a really popular TV show to the... Oh, really popular rival TV show to Nickel Samurai. Oh. Ooh, he's handsome. The victim was the action star, Juan Corrida. He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt Engarde's been taking the wind out of his sails. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight. I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy. Mr. Engarde, that's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yep. I mean, no. You've got to say it with the... I mean, no. You've got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai. Anyway, so now that Juan Corrida is gone, that means Mr. Engarde has the whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't bet on it, pal. We can't have that happen, you know? Can't have that happen. What's that supposed to mean, I wonder? Okay. Take a look at this for me. Listen, pal, I'm not leaking any info. And then I won't even be able to get those instant noodles down at the discount market. Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll go back and see Maya? Oh, joy. Okay. Maybe there's a thing we can do? Nope. Good. Great. We talked about everything with him, didn't we? Yep. I guess we could ask Old Bag after some more stuff? No? These eyes of mine are real pros now. Pros? Pros are doing what? Doing police work, of course. My eyes are like a hawk. In my professional eyes spot a messy incident. A messy, bloody incident. That's why I don't have time for you meddling kids and your petty little things. Well. I mean, I guess I could present that to Gumshoe. Would you? No. Great. Yep, can't do that either. I mean, okay, so I've examined everything in this room, talked to Gumshoe the entire... Or, exhausted all of, Gumshoe's options for topics. I've not seen anyone lie. I mean, there's stuff I could examine here, but I don't know how it would help. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of. Oh. Sure is one luxurious hotel, almost to the point of gaudy with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? Sorry, what? It's feast fit for a king. Yeah. It was the first time I ate that food. What was it called again? I think it started with kiwi? That's right, a kiwi. I don't know what to say. It's a sweet but sour fruit all in one. Poor Pearls, having eaten only vegetables all her life. She's been missing out. The award ceremony was just held on that stage. It was really fabulous. It just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone is alright. I know the Very Big Circus just recently started holding performances again. Oh, that's good. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. Yeah. No, she hasn't. I don't know about that. A lot of fruits that are good. Also, I guess that kind of implies that, like, salad's been out of the picture, which is... these. Yeah. Good. Great. I'm stage for the post-ceremony stage show. It's supposed to be press meeting after the show, but now looks like no one will hear what the Nickel Samurai had to confess after all. Oh, Jesus. I was expecting the helmet, not her actual face there. I mean, I don't really know what to do now. These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage. Seats for the spectators at the post-ceremony show and the press conference. But it's too bad neither event is going to be held now. A lobby with a grand staircase always feels enormous. But right now, the only thing filling this enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope nothing else bad happens here. Don't jinx it, Phoenix. I mean, what am I? Like, I'm assuming I'm supposed to do something here, but like, what? Okay. Am I an idiot? What else am I... What else could I even do here? Hold on a sec. Game over, help. What am I meant to do? I'm actually really confused. I feel like I haven't gotten anything worth presenting. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. I could, I guess I could talk about them? Oh, okay. There we go. I'm not a real fan of action I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything. But I know who Juan Corrida and Matt Ongard are. Hopefully I can pronounce that name correctly. It's not even that hard. It's Corrida. Juan Corrida. Juan Corrida. Can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess. They even debuted around the same time. So they have this real fiery rivalry with each other. Kinda like you and me, pal. I never knew he thought of me as a rival. The Nickel Samurai. He really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of this. His. Really? Oh. I'm sorry then. Why are you sorry? Matt Ongard was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida. We already knew this. That's... What? We already knew that. You literally told us. Corrida looks like the Japanese actor of an old live-action show called Jaspion or Jaspion that aired here. Interesting. I wonder if there's like, oh, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to prove or it'd kind of be hard to say for sure, I guess, whether there was like an influence on that or not. But yeah, this is dumb. I'm 100% sure that Gumshoe already communicated that he was under suspicion. If he was under suspicion, it makes sense that he was arrested. Why did I need to show his profile to prompt this? He didn't present us with literally anything new. That's stupid. Okay. Why was Mr. On Guard arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. We just started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero is in hot water. Mr. Nick? If Mr. Meyer knew about this... Yeah, I know. She'd make me take this case. I know. That is so dumb. I shouldn't have to go over this again, but I'm going to, just to spell out how dumb that was. So we talked to everyone. We established that the Matt On Guard is under suspicion of murdering one Kurita, right? Cool. We then start discussing the Nickel Samurai, and Gumshoe goes, oh yes, yeah, that guy was arrested. And we act surprised, despite the fact that we were literally told... We weren't literally told he was arrested, but come on. Under suspicion probably means he got arrested. I really don't understand why we had to specifically ask after that character to prompt this. And we had to progress. Like, there's no reason to not just, like, have that as an option. I don't know. It's stuff like this that really bothers me, because otherwise this game is, like, really good at being vague enough in what to do that you can start, like, kind of like, it does take a little bit of thinking to get through, right? But then there's stuff like this, which is just like, I shouldn't have to ask about these guys again. You literally told us the thing you're about to tell us anyway, and that's the thing that prompts progress. Like, it makes sense to be thorough, right? But I would have thought that, like, maybe it would have, like, hinted a bit more that, like, maybe Gumshoe hints at what's happened, and then you use the profiles to specifically prompt him to say what's actually happened, and then we move to this. That would make sense. But he didn't tell us anything we didn't know. He already told us the thing. Like, he already communicated us the information that the game wanted us to prompt him for, which is, yeah, not good. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? Looks like one Kurita has been killed. What? It looks like he was murdered, and a suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt On Guard. You're joking, right? No, they arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the German ninja. Ugh, not again. I feel sick. Again? About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls. I still can't believe... No way, Matt would... What's Mr. Powers got in his hand? Oh, before I forget. This is for you, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. Radio transceiver, originally from the bellboy. It can transmit and receive signals over great distances. For me? But why? I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. What the fuck? Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol, but he kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan. Anyway, Mr. Juan, he's the Jammin' Ninja, right? Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of, but I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top. I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram. Oh, Jesus. Ah, choking on spit. We've hit new levels of bumbling on this stream. Forget tongue-tied, I'm now trying to suffocate myself with my own saliva. Oh, that wasn't quite alliteration, but it was close enough. I'm gonna give myself a point for that. One said that he'd take Matt on this time too, so he joined a rival TV show. And that was the Jammin' Ninja? Stylish Nickel Samurai and the Burnin' Jamming Ninja. Well, things turned out messy real fast with those two using their shows for their war. And the final tally... Look around. It's pretty obvious how things ended up. Matt even won the Grand Prix this year. Final win over his rival, I guess. Interesting that Juan is the one that's getting like more support then. Like Matt wins, but then we go into the hallway and see like all of these gifts are more for Juan than Matt. It's probably going to be a thing with that, but Mr. Ongarb is going to hold a press conference. So Jammin' Ninja is also similar to a character from that Jaspion TV show. Oh, maybe it is influenced then. But I mean, yeah, it's like me not knowing and not being as probably in touch with Japanese culture as you probably are, being from Brazil and that. I think you mentioned that like a lot of Japanese cultural stuff ends up over there. Like, correct me if I was wrong, but it's always hard to distinguish those kinds of things because it's hard to distinguish what's copying a trope that something else uses as well and what's actively being referenced. That's something that like I've never been able to or that's something that constantly kind of trips me up when like analyzing a lot of like Japanese games now. Yeah, in the late 80s and through the 90s, a lot of Japanese stuff got here. Yeah, I guess probably more so than like Australia or maybe America as well. I'm not going to make assumptions, but yeah, it's like maybe that is a reference to that. It wouldn't surprise me. Although, like, again, tropes and kind of like common tales and stuff would make me a bit more reserved to make that connection. Mr. Ongar was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? And that's what I heard. Though, if you wanted to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurais conference. The Nickel Samurais? Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume? But why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost? Yeah, and now we've been handed something by the bellboy, who I'm assuming is the same person that we ran into. I'll take a quick look around for her. Oh. Is that the radio transmitter? What is it? Mr. Nick? Huh? I'm not sure. It's coming from this transceiver. Yes? Hello? Right here. I wonder if this is the bellboy. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are? You don't need... Oh, okay. maybe this is completely anonymous, so I'm not going to give this a voice just yet. Every single time this game added a new beeping, ringing thing for us to deal with, it startled me. Yeah, I've noticed that. It hasn't reused a lot of those. Well, to be fair, like, at the beginning of this game, the major twist of the first case was specifically to do with specific ringtones, so I guess they just don't reuse any of those. You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself. Oh, this is gonna be fucking Edgeworth. You know what? I'm gonna give this person Edgeworth's voice until then, until otherwise disproven. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as. Oh, never mind. The bellboy fucking kidnapped Maya. Help, Nick. Mystic Maya? Maya. So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? What the fucking shit is going on? I am gonna give this the bellboy's voice then. So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now, don't fall apart on me yet. No, this can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. What the hell is that noise? If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. My sight. Everything's fading away. Is he actually, like, blacking out? What the hell? Maya's been kidnapped. You there? Mr. Attorney, are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition, and then return my money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. The most convoluted plot to hire an attorney. I'd like you to fight this person's case. Oh. Okay. I mean, if we're talking about On Guard, I was probably already gonna do that. Like, I always seem to get, like, the people who are in defense of whatever situation I happen to be around, so, like, you didn't need to do this? Actually, that's a... Wait, what? Okay, hang on. I'm actually going to let this go before I say what's on my mind. Complete acquittal? What in the world have you done to need... I am not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Corrido is killed, and the suspect is Matt On Guard. You are, as expected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Matt On Guard. Matt On Guard? But why? He did not kill anyone. I can attest to that. However what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word, or not. However, there is one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me, in my possession. How... Nick? Maya? You have 2 days. Of course, tonight you will be in questioning with the police, but the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One? You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Ah! Oh, yes, that's right. Now that I am playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say. And don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name is... D. Killer. Mr. Nick, where is Mystic Maya? She's been kidnapped. No, it's all my fault. If only I had gone with Mystic Maya. It's not your fault, Pearls. But it is, Mystic Maya. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya. Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Gumshoe? Yes, that's it. Wait here, I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? Shh, not so loud. The ransom is complete acquittal for Matt on guard. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? And this means Matt on guard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. But the guy said that Matt on guard is innocent. You really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal? I guess he has a point. On guard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? This is exactly what I was gonna say. Because, like... like, the way this usually works in Phoenix Wright, right? Like, from the player's perspective, is that you are defending the person who is innocent, and you're trying to prove that they are, right? And you get there through, you know, putting everything together and understanding what happened, disproving some theories about why this person is guilty, blah, blah, blah. Most of the time, or all of the time so far, we've been defending people who are innocent, right? So, when this happens, and someone kidnaps Maya to do essentially what Phoenix would have done without the kidnapping being there, because we know he'd probably end up defending Matt on guard because he was the person who was framed for this, presumably. But this seems to flip it, and I wasn't sure if this was just raising the stakes for no reason, or was going to start implying that we're defending someone who's guilty. Which would be a very interesting turn of event, a very interesting twist on things, where we are forced to defend someone who is guilty, and we are contrived to have to give them an innocent thing. So we end up doing what we've been really critical of prosecutors doing. What does Phoenix do in that situation? So this is building up to be potentially really interesting. Wow, when Gumshoe sees the sense before Phoenix. Well, I mean, Phoenix is kind of, like, emotional at this point. Like, it literally just happened. Like, of course he's not, like, thinking straight immediately. I guess he has a point. If On Guard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. I guess, like, one of the possible readings of that, though, is that, there is an unreasonability in the amount of time Phoenix has to solve this. Actually, now that I think about it, which also explains the investigation parts, because there's probably going to be 2 days worth of investigation without a trial. So this is going to be actually very Danganronpa, where it's all investigation, all trial, which is going to be interesting. Like, Danganronpa, like, I've said this a lot before while playing this game, but Danganronpa, like, presents the entire mystery to you top to bottom, or, like, from like, every piece of evidence you will ever need is somewhere in that investigation. And then you do the entire trial with that. So when you get to the trial, you already have a picture of, like, what the whole thing could have been. Or at least you have the opportunity to put it together. In Phoenix Wright, most of the time we've been segmented into, okay, we don't have a complete picture, but we can establish that X is true. And if that's true, then we need to do more investigating. So I'm going to be interested to see how this game takes on this format. On top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. Huh? The forensics team's having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. One could say it's an orgy of evidence, which would be very suspicious. There's too much evidence? Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about On Guard being set up? Anyway, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright. Isn't there another way? Also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. Ow, my head. Wine cellar. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. What happened to me? Nick, Pearly. Oh, come on, you guys, this isn't funny anymore. Jesus fucking Christ. That is a really off-putting, like, oh my god. I wonder if that is actually a mask, because that's, like, just stitching. That visage with that, like, shading, I think is the word I want to use here. But, like, just the way he's lit and implied to be lit is, like, really fucking intimidating. Like, it's really... Like, I think it's meant to be, obviously, but it's really disturbing. I see you have awoken. Ah! Well, who are you? Me? I am known as D-Killer. D-Killer? You mean, like, an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Jeez, talk about, what is it? Nominative determinism? It's literally named D-Killer. Although I guess it's probably not his true name. Well, probably not their true name, but... Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now, and that is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Huh? What? Nick's going to save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. A business transaction? I'm going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. Nick. What's going to happen to me? Nick? Pearly? Sis? Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? Okay, so this is happening when Phoenix gets the transmission. You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... Okay, that's actually not going to go through the whole exchange. Good. Thank God. Good morning. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on. Let's hurry and go see Mr. OnGuard. We have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 AM, so... Oh, I see. Mystic Maya. If only I had gone with you. Poor Pearls. She's been like this since last night. We managed to get home somehow, yesterday evening. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. But by the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, she's alright, right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm going to save her. You can trust me on that. Please, help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us. Yeah, something is fucking off about this situation. I don't think we need to do anything about that. I think we could just move on. 8:57 AM, just before visiting hours. We couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one Nichols Samurai, charged with the murder of the German ninja. I kind of want to give this guy a surfer dude accent, but I feel like that's probably a bit much. Good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. We're... Oh, well, I mean, I guess I was right on that one. Sorry, dude. Huh? I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know... Oh, no. We're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers? I mean, this building is my house, so... No. We're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? The Nichols Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? I can't do it. I'm just gonna... No, whatever. It's fine. Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Oh, okay. I can see where this is going. I can see why this situation is kind of, like, notably different. So not only are we defending someone within, a really small amount of time, someone who might not be innocent, I don't know, we also have to kind of work to be his attorney in the first place. So it's not like this is just the same situation as always, but kidnapping. There's more obstacles in the way that Phoenix has to get past. That isn't just, like, literal courtroom. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay, but dude, my autobiography's coming out soon, so if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? What the fuck? Mr. OnGuard is so lucky. He has so many people he can talk to. Don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Or does he not have a mind of his own? Mr. OnGuard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No. I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Is he alright, Mr. Nick? If we're talking about Mr. OnGuard's brain here, I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. Studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer. Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. Mr. OnGuard, this is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? I'm much too busy with the Nickel Samurai stuff right now. I don't have the time to take a lawyer's correspondence course. Why does he believe I'm a salesman? Insurance, then extinguishers, now this? Jesus. Dude, I know I like to throw money around. It's not like I buy anything and everything. That's nice, because it's not up for sale anyway. Well, this is great already. Let's talk about Juan, then. Oh, man, it's too bad he's dead. You killed him. That's the most logical conclusion, don't you agree? Dude, what are you talking about? You're making a huge mistake. If that's such a mistake, then why did they issue an arrest warrant for you? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the guy in charge of this place, okay? The chief of police... What? Stars sure know a lot of people, don't they? I wonder if that phone even really gets reception in here. I guess you're right about the warrant after all. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we might be making some progress here. Okay, so can I... This is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? Lawyer's correspondence. Fuck. Oh. Present, not court record. I've seen him somewhere before. Is he a member of my fan club? That's Mr. Powers. Isn't he supposed to be kind of like a mentor to you? Powers. Oh yeah, he's the guy on that kids exercise program. I gave him an autograph just the other day. He doesn't see Mr. Powers as a mentor at all. Yeah, I'm such a handsome devil. Yeah? I don't know, one was more handsome in my opinion, but... And I'm way good at sports. Karate, tennis, judo, soccer, football, hockey, fencing. Dude, it's no wonder I'm so popular. Yeah. You're also good at sitting in a jail cell, Mr. Popular. Okay, I'm actually confused then. What am I meant to be? I feel like I could throw this at him, but... Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figured I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. Wrong person to be making that point. Holy fuck. Not saying you should do the voice, but he looks like a guy who'd sound like some surfer dude. Surfer guy. Yeah, I know. Like, it's weird. Like, I could probably do it if I want to. The problem is there's a difference between the ones that strain my voice and the ones that don't. All the ones I usually do don't strain my voice. That one actually does for some reason, and I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna give him, like, an American surfer guy accent. Sort of. A subtle one. One that's not gonna kill my voice. This coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. that he uses every fucking second of every day. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me? Yes. While you're in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? That's odd. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. But please wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man. Lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? If you don't take me as your lawyer, then DeKiller is going to... Wait. What did you just say? DeKiller. DeKiller? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling over something over. Alright, dude. I'll accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court. We did it! We did it, Mr. Nick. Yeah. I don't feel any better for it. He doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. This is fucking weird. Man, I thank my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're in the national spotlight. I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately, I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. The Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. I guess Miss Ongard has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am. A spring breeze. That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. You need to get together that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita. What sort of... It's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, he can't even tell he's the same... You can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all know it'd fail. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? Yeah. Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe full body search went badly? Did they find something on you? I found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it either. No, I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants, or hakama. Ah! Dude, I really think someone planted it there, though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess this is about all I'm going to get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah. Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. Ongar to see if he really is innocent or not. So we really are playing into this a lot. We can do that? Yes. If you use this. Maya's Magatama. You won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. On Guard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Thank you, Phoenix. Pearl is pretty smart for a 9-year-old. Well, I mean, this is literally her area of expertise, is the spiritual stuff, so... Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? Well, we didn't see anything. Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. We have been focusing on the fact that this guy, like, doesn't at all, well, like, without another person literally kind of tagging along with him, doesn't get anything done by himself. So I wonder if that wasn't even something he needed to lie about. Or if he'd even consider himself having done it. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. Oh boy. Yes, I would like to save. Investigation, part 2. Cool. I think we'll get back to somewhere with music, and then I will grab lunch real quick. Because it's about that time. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. Matt on guard as our client. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So now what should we do? Well, the trial is tomorrow, when we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove Mr. On Guard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. Cool. And I'm gonna go start cooking. So I will be right back in a few minutes. Then we'll get the rest of this show on the road after that. Alrighty, I am back. So, weird. It sounded like dripping from, in here, but I don't think there's any, I can't see any leaks. Anyway, so I started making my, spaghetti with a different, tomato sauce, with the different, yeah, like, pasta sauce. And, like, I was surprised that, well, so the sauce that I'd been using prior to this had been, more the consistency of, like, tomato sauce, like, really liquidy and, like, not pasty specifically, right? So, like, I went through the supermarket a sec when I was going to be cooking these meals and went, you know what? I could use a bit more sauce to meat. See how that is. The problem was that the one that I bought ended up being a lot more pasty than I would have expected. Like, and I double checked because at first I thought I just bought paste instead of sauce, but no, it was a sauce. It just had the consistency of paste. I was really confused. Luckily, it turned out fine, but yeah, it was just weird. I learned how to do tomato sauce only yesterday. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't prepare my own. I just store buy. Honestly, I don't really have the time or passion to do that myself. Who knows? Maybe in the future, but at least at the moment, like, I'm much more comfortable just experimenting with different sauces and stuff like that rather than preparing my own. Preparing my own for like a staple sort of sauce that I'd make is probably not a bad idea, to be honest, but I don't know. I tend to be really light on sauce anyway, so... And tonight I learned how to do McDonald's stupid secret sauce. Isn't, oh god, I don't even know what I've heard would have been rumors or not, but... I heard it's not... Like, I mean, obviously none of them are really complicated unless you consider, like, KFC's whole 13 herbs and spices thing complicated, but... because it isn't secret at all, it's a very easy recipe any kid can do. Well, I mean, that's, like, the thing. I think a lot of people, like, see secret sauce and think, like, ooh, you know, it's this complex, you know, complex mix of ingredients to make this specific sauce. It's usually just like, well, no, they're just not telling you what it is, and it might actually be really simple. Just not easily placeable, necessarily. But, yeah. There was something I was going to check. Something else I was going to check in the break. God, I can't remember what I was going to do. I hate that feeling. Persona 5 Royal is worth it though, so much its stuff has improved. Yeah, like, from a mechanical perspective, I think that game has only gotten better. And not even in, like, really small ways, too. Like, there are a lot of, like, great improvements mechanically that game got. The one thing that I was kind of on is taking away the auto knockdown from technicals and putting that behind a wall. Like, I felt that was kind of not worth it. But I guess they they weaved like a damage buff into it and made it more potent to begin with. So like, yeah. But on the whole, like that game mechanically improved a lot, and I think all of the post game or post a lot of the new content that they added is also just all good. Like, there's some narrative things that I'd have to, like, pick apart a bit more, which is kind of why I'm planning on going through it a second time. But yeah, on the whole, that game is just what Persona 5 should have been. Which I guess, like, based on its development and it being, like, trouble and that, like, it's probably what they wanted to do to begin with, or probably closer to their vision, but, yeah. Yeah, like what they did to that one character that is supposed to die. Wait, have you played through Royale? Because I don't really want to discuss spoilers openly on here anyway, because I plan on doing that. I played through the original. Okay, so you haven't seen, like, the new stuff in Royale. Well, I suppose you know that much. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I don't want to spoil that stuff. Game's still like a tad new for me, just randomly be doing that on a stream. Especially when I'm probably going to be going through it a second time, and I'm probably going to be at least like trying to get people not to spoil the new content stuff when I do. Fuck, which reminds me, I've got to measure my PC again. Because I'm probably going to get an PCI capture card. It seems to just be a better option if I've got the slot, and it's not that much more or less expensive, so might as well. Yeah, I didn't like 3 and 4 that much. 3, I just really disliked the characters. Yeah, that seems to be most people's problem with 3. Like, voice acting aside, because the voice acting for a couple of characters is not good. And I don't know whether to put that down to voice direction or not, because there's still stuff in, like, Persona 5 that's, like, weird, and apparently because of, that. Because every character in 3 looked like a cutout in terms of personality. I mean... I guess that didn't bother me personally. Especially the 2 seniors. You mean, Akihiko and, oh my god. Mitsuru, yeah. Really? Because, like, I would have thought you were talking about, like, Iori and, Yukari, to be honest. They seem like more the cutout, characters for me. Oh god, Iori. Yeah, Iori is... So, here's my problem. The real bro characters that are meant to be your best friends are almost always the characters I end up disliking the most. And I don't know what it is. Every single time. He's P3's Teddy for me. Yeah, I mean, he basically is. And apparently it's even worse in Portable when you can play as the female character and things are written differently. So Iori actually ends up, like, being even more of an ass, or coming off as even more of a dick. Which is... And honestly, you bring up Teddy, but like Teddy's by far the least like main cast character in any RPG. Or my least like, yeah. When I saw Morgana's pick, I thought he was going to be Teddy 2.0. Oh. Yeah, Teddy I really, really dislike. I honestly can't think of another character I dislike as much as Teddy, come to think of it. I mean, I think there are characters that are handled worse than Teddy in P4, but Teddy is the one that's like irredeemable for me. Like, I just do not like him at all. Morgana I'm fine with. Like, a lot of people didn't like Morgana, and especially because he has that angle where he's like constantly head over heels for Arn. Which, to be fair, is a legit thing to be bothered about, because the game harps on it all the fucking time. And it doesn't really ever get resolved in the original. I don't want to speak to Royal, obviously, because, yeah, but Morgana to me is ironically the most human character in the game. I don't think that's true. I think, like, Ryuji... almost all the main cast, actually. Like... I don't know, I don't think I'd level that. I could understand if you were making that comment in comparison to, like, P3, but I think P5 has, like, the most human characters of the main cast. Maybe people disagree and say 4. I know people love the cast of 4 a lot more than 5, generally speaking. No, I don't dislike the other characters. Oh, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying in terms of them being the most human, P5 is the one I would struggle with the most. I don't like Ryuji much for obvious reasons, but that aside, I only didn't like Haru. Ryuji has grown on me. Makoto used to be my favorite. Then that slowly moved over to Arn. And I think Ryuji's come back up. The only character I really don't like in the main group... this is probably going to sound weird, because this is, like, really not the thing that everyone else says. No, it is Yusuke. I think he's not a bad character. I think he's underutilized and gets played as a joke too much. Like, even when I say that, I feel like Arn gets that far worse than Yusuke. Haru, ironically enough, Haru is an interesting character because she's unique to everyone else in that she doesn't actually have an arc that is her growing. She's already at that point, which I think is interesting. But, like, I completely buy if people didn't... I completely get if people don't like that, right? Because, like, it having less of a character arc means you don't necessarily connect with that character as much. His personality is exaggerated, but that's why I like him so much. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, yeah, like, now that I look back on it, I think the character I'm most sad about in terms of, like, their place in the story is probably Yusuke next to Haru. Like, I think they could have explored Haru a bit more in terms of her not having to have a character arc to get to the point that she was with the Phantom Thieves. I think that's an interesting point, and her confidant is unique in that it is... No, maybe not unique. Well, that kind of problem, the problem she confronts in The Confidant with, like, running the business and all that is something that could only happen to a character like her, who is, A, in a position where She's obviously the daughter of a large conglomerate, but has already grown to maturity clearly of her own age, and it is then like thrust into something a lot more that requires a lot more of that. Haru I didn't care much for because, well, maybe I don't remember her subplot enough, but I couldn't sympathize with her much. I guess that's the thing, right? Because when she shows up in the story, she's practically already had the moment where everyone else kind of realizes, oh, I've got to, pick myself up and fuck this situation, I'm gonna change things, blah, blah, blah. Like, she's already in that position, so we don't get to see that, and I think that's where a lot of people just miss getting attached to that character. Like, I don't think that's a bad way to tell a story, but I think it's hard to get people to sympathize with it a lot. I don't know why that came up as permitted. What the fuck, auto mod? Why was she, girl, and waifu? Why did that get picked up? I guess people get obnoxious about like waifu wars and stuff like that so much that auto mod might be like, okay, well, hang on, some people might actually want to catch that before. That's yeah. Don't worry about it. Cute rich girl added to be the waifu of a certain audience or something. I mean, no, like... You know what? I honestly, looking back, I feel like they should have played up the mystery a bit more and made it Haru that betrayed the Phantom Thieves. I think that would have been a lot more interesting than just Akechi did it, and then Akechi is the one that, like, kind of capitalizes on that situation, because obviously Akechi, written the way he is not going to miss that opportunity. But I think it is much more interesting if Haru is the one that betrays everyone, because you got my father killed. And that's where I thought they were going with that character, because they didn't have so much of an arc at first. Or, sorry, no, I only thought of that retrospectively, not the first time I played through it. She's the most idealized character in the game to me, like she could have been in P3. I don't know, the other characters looked like they had more flaws. But that's what I'm saying, right? Is like, you got to see a lot of the other characters before and after they had their, like, awakening, where they kind of realized their flaws and embraced them. Haru was already at the end point. Like, she already partially had her persona. So, like, already you've got a character that is, like, that has been through that, just not on screen. And I feel like they missed an opportunity to make the bit that we missed actually important. And so when people start, like, questioning and prodding, like, I don't know, there are better ways to do that. But the thing I will maintain is that I don't think it's illegitimate that people didn't connect with her. It's a hard thing to do to make people sympathize with a character they don't see grow. Right? Like, if they just get thrown in and they're like, ah, yes, they're a Persona user, they're awakened, they're already sold on the idea, they're fine with, like, potentially killing their own father. It's kind of like, oh, okay. So what's the narrative tension here? Like, yeah. I think that's completely legitimate. It's hard to do, and yeah, people kind of not connecting with it is fair enough. Persona 2 has a very different tone to 3 and 5. So I've heard. Well, like, from what I understand, like I went back and, like, briefly played a bit of Persona 1. And, like, yeah, those are SMT games. And it wouldn't surprise me if Persona 2 is just an SMT game. Like, in terms of its focus and, like, yeah, like, because obviously Persona was growing, so, like, they had the first one, they did something different with the second one, and they did something different again with the third one. And the third one was the one that really clicked, apparently. Or, like, it hit its stride, at least from a design standpoint, so they kept going with that, like, framing and stuff like that. Technically, 2 is def more Persona and less SMT. Well, yeah, because like it's slowly approaching what Persona 3 would become. Can't speak for 1 because I didn't play it. It's basically an SMT game. Like, the literal only thing it has to do with Persona, or, sorry, from a mechanical standpoint, the only comparison between, or the only connection between, like, say, Persona 5 and Persona 1 is the fact that you have a party of people, not demons, and they have their own personas. Except in 1, you can actually fuse personas for other characters, which, like, God, yeah. The other thing you brought up in terms of, like, having an adult main cast, like, I would really like to see a modern Persona that tackles more of that. Like, I understand they're kind of in the adolescent male teen wish fulfillment kind of shit, but like having a spin-off at the very least that does more of that with Persona and not necessarily SMT, I think would be really awesome. 5 is probably the closest to 2 of the newer ones in my own, in terms of story tone, I think. From what I hear, that would probably make sense. Because a lot of the problems that come up in 2, like, don't spoil me because I do want to go and play those, but from my understanding, the way problems in that universe manifest is a result of, like, social stuff. Like, in Persona 3, it's, I guess Persona 4 is kind of... I feel like Persona 4 would be similar in tone to that then, but again, I don't know, so it's all good. So, actually, I was just reminded of something, Game Over. You were mentioning, I think last time when I was talking about FF14, I just gotten past the Praetorium, and you were like, oh yeah, you need to go through, like, all the 2.0, 2.0 and onward before 3.0 stuff before you get to Heavensward, and I was like, oh, okay. So there's obviously, like, some, you know, like, game content that was obviously added, like, you know, post-launch and stuff like that. I had no idea how many quests that involved. Apparently it's like 100 or something. I didn't realize how long it was going to be between, like, Praetorium and Heavensward, but there's a lot of content. And, like, I kind of, I pulled the trigger on actually purchasing the game and a sub. It used to be over 100. That's right, yeah, and someone, I think you said it, but it was also confirmed elsewhere when I was reading that it kind of got cut down a bit. Yeah, like, I pulled the trigger on a sub because I was thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to get through Heavensward in the time it would take me to get through, like, a new expansion of WoW. Just, like, a baseline, right? Up to max level. But, like, no, like, I realized, like, oh, I bought a 30-day sub, and I'm still not even anywhere near what, the free trials boundary is. But then I'd be losing out on a hell of a lot of gil, because I hit the gil cap the second I hit, level 50, I think. So I might have done it a bit early, but I don't know. It's not a huge deal. I am seriously considering, though, just, like, casually playing through that game on stream. Like, not as a segmented kind of playthrough like I do with these, but, just, like, going through, grinding up other classes while I wait for queues and stuff like that. Flying in ARR zones will help a lot with the main story quest. Well, yeah, I mean, it already has. It's been a godsend. Like, having an additional 100% increased movement speed and being able to obviously fly is a huge boon. So yeah. There aren't a lot of blind streams at 14, so there might be an audience. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And I think I've gotten through the bit that people are probably the least interested in, because like A Realm Reborn, like the general feel I get from from the community about A Realm Reborn is it's like the worst written of all of it, but everything from then on is uphill and good and a story for MMOs anyway. So yeah, there might be an audience for that. The problem is, like, it wouldn't be a huge contiguous thing. It'd be like, okay, well, I stream one night, maybe I don't feel streaming the other night, but I'll still play 14. Like, I wouldn't lock it behind that. I really don't want to do that. But I realized, like, one of the games that are good for, like, streaming, at least for me, are the games that I would listen to the soundtrack. Right? It's a weird thing to, like, base it on. But I find that the games that I really listen to I would listen to the music on, either games I playing for the first time and I'm really engaged with it, or they're games that I am like paying a lot of attention to. They're not the sort of game that I play necessarily with something in the background. Yeah. Actually, here's an interesting question. So I just hit the point in a Realm Reborn quest lines where you can start fighting the extreme. Is it extreme? I think it's extreme. The extreme primals, like Garuda. Speaking only for myself, but when it comes to 14 streams, I hope the person has the game music playing unless they're grinding. Well, yeah, like I would be... Yeah, I guess I should probably clear that up. Like, I say it's the music, but it's really, like, where my attention is divided. And a good way to tell that, for me, is whether I'm putting something on in the background. If I'm putting something on in the background, my attention is divided. It's probably not a good stream game. If I'm, like, focused on it, I'm probably not got something in the background, which means I am listening to the music, which means it's probably a good stream game. And yeah, like, the fucking music in FF14 is fucking phenomenal. I don't know if I just have low standards for an MMO, because I played WoW for, like, 4 years, but... It's really good. Similar to what I've heard, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, just through online osmosis, I've been exposed to the twinning being memed to hell and back. So, like, I know the music gets good. In fact, there is a neat YouTuber who talks about the music in... Fuck. He's a music producer, and he was like breaking... He's done some videos on breaking down Persona music. Alex Malcala, that's it. Actually, hang on, I better make sure that doesn't go to like some personalized thingy. Or have like any extra bits on it. Yeah, there we go. So in the past, he's done a lot of... Fuck, where is Streamlabs? Come back. There you are. I'll also spell out his name, because like if someone's watching the video, someone's watching the VOD or whatever without the chat ever, I want to make sure I at least make it searchable if someone can't click on the link. That's the name of the channel. So Alex is a music producer. He did a lot of like remixes before he started talking about music, but then he started like breaking down things like the FF7, FF14, and Persona 5 soundtracks, and a couple of Nier tracks, if I remember correctly. He even did Rules of Nature too, but he like breaks down like how a lot of music is like created and why they evoke the emotions they do with the kind of like composition that they have. It's really, really interesting. He also did a couple of covers of like FF14 stuff as well, I think. I would highly recommend checking his channel out. It's really cool. He does some really good stuff. Yeah, no problem. So I'm very much not a musician, and my focus for most of my life is video games. But years ago, I was a huge music nut, mostly on the rock spectrum. But like, I had an appreciation for a lot of it from the perspective of someone who doesn't play it or anymore. I did used to play like the clarinet like ages and ages ago. I did know a bit of keyboard as well, but that's gone. So from the perspective of someone who's like doesn't do it for work or anything like that, or does it in any capacity, I always had an appreciation for people who could break down the stuff and explain it. Comes to games, music is something that affects my enjoyment more than the story writing. Well, yeah, because it can, it's one of the things that could really communicate tone really, really simply. Or it can, like, reinforce it. So, like, if sound design especially is, like, really... Well, sound design and music, because they kind of come together in this one aspect, where if a situation is meant to be unsettling, like the sound design and the music of that area can really crank it up. Like it can visually look disturbing in that. But music is something that can really actually pull you out of it. But it can also make something that doesn't necessarily look uneasy or disturbing, give it a bit of that edge by having like something in the background that you just feel. Yeah. Sound design is really important. Like, hell, the original Nier basically lived in the cultural mind, in like the internet mind space, almost purely because of its music, and like, you know, the handful of people that had actually gone through the entire story and appreciate that. But like one of the things that kept it like relevant was always the music, because it was fucking stellar. Now, granted, in general, the first barrier of entrance into a game to me is what it looks like. I'm turned off by the visuals, I'll never play it, doesn't matter how good anything else is. After that, it's what I'll be doing for gameplay for most of the time. Personally, like, I feel like a lot of people have sold me on games I otherwise wouldn't play just by pitching the premise well. Yeah, I guess I don't take that. I'm not the same, really. Like, visual style can grab me, but I'm more interested, like, primarily in, like, the gameplay stuff. But even then, only from not, like, literally gameplay implementation or anything like that, specifically. But, like, the premise or the idea behind what they're trying to do. Like, that is a thing that will consistently sell me on stuff. You pitch me something that sounds interesting, I'm there. Mostly because, like, you know, I would love to design video games in the future if the industry wasn't fucking in the goddamn... permanently in the crunch trenches. Didn't really need to be particularly original. I mean, yeah, no, that, yeah, like, I guess, like, it's not, like, it's not necessarily that it's an original take, it's just that it's interesting, because, like, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but yeah, like, if someone pitches me the premise to a game well, I'll usually look at it, like, if it has, like, any interesting aspect to it, even if it's not necessarily unique, like, I'll probably look at it. Like, Pyre by Supergiant Games, right? Like, basically fantasy football. Fantasy 3 on 3v3 football. It's really interesting. But... And it unfortunately bounced off me. It's the only Supergiant game that, like, completely just bounced off me from a gameplay perspective to the point that I just didn't want to play it. Which is really unfortunate because I think stylistically I mean, they always knock it out of the park, but they nailed that. Like, the character designs in that are fucking phenomenal. But I still played it. It was something I went like, oh god, I'm probably going to bounce right off that, but I still played it because I want to know what that was like. I'm a sucker for that because, like, again, I want to design video games and interesting takes on things, interesting, like, little variations of things that, I feel are already good or something that my mouth is going faster than my brain. Let me rephrase that. I think a good take on anything existing or new would be something I would look into, almost always. The thing that tends to attract me to JRPGs isn't really the plot, for example, it's whether I'll have fun with the combat or not. If I do, I can excuse how bland or not bland the writing and characters are. Do I feel the same about that? Yeah, probably. But then again, like, I get sold on mechanics a lot more than, Oh, no, that's not true. Some people have sold me on narrative premises before, when the rest of the gameplay is just kind of fine. Like, nothing special, but, because, I mean, consider what the gameplay of most JRPGs are. Well, yeah, it's incredibly lengthy, like, 90% is going to fight and walking around and talking to NPCs. Yeah, exactly, so, like, if the fighting's bad, then, yeah, I can understand that, but, like, I guess if a story still hooks me, then, like, the gameplay isn't necessarily gonna take away from me from that. That's a weird thing, though, like, I feel, it's this weird... How do I phrase this? This is probably going to be the last thing before we end the lunch break here, but... Like, games have a lot of components to them that aren't the mechanics, right? Sound design, narrative, characters, world, all that kind of stuff, right? And like, you do have to do it on a case-by-case basis, but I get the sense that most people would sacrifice the story ahead of mechanics a lot of the time, and thus that colors people's opinions of what games are good to a point that people who talk about narrative a lot in games, like, I feel like there are a lot of people who would say, oh, the gameplay is really good, but the story is kind of meh, which means it's a good game. Whereas most people would see that a game had a bad story and go, eh. Whereas I feel like it's probably not as clear-cut as that. Like, sure, if a game, like, mechanically works well, it's like, yeah, that's cool. But, like, if the story's shit, and, like, the story is, like, a main focus or something, then... What am I trying to say? Like, I don't think it's wrong to like mechanics over story. I mean, I do that a lot. But I feel like I feel like other aspects of games that aren't mechanical get pushed to the side or feel like they're not, or people make it seem like they're not as important as they actually are. But it's an entire perspective thing, so, like, yeah, it's subjective at the end of the day, but it colors the opinions of a lot of people in the community, and I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of where that divide currently sits, to be honest, but it's kind of why I want to actually look at doing like video essays and stuff, because I feel like the community at large is not good at reading stories, and it's one of the reasons that like mechanics is praised much more generally, even in cases where it probably shouldn't, than anything else in it. Not sure that's true nowadays for big budget games anymore. I'm just Team Miyamoto when it comes to games, I guess. Well, a lot more is spent on the narrative, but I think players of the games, like, it may have lessened a bit, and it may be like selection bias in terms of I'm listening to the people that think the mechanics are, yeah. Again, like I said, it's an entire perspective thing, so like, it's very possible that I've got the wrong end of the stick, or there's just, my sample of that is off somewhat, but it's a nebulous thing to kind of nail down anyway. Anyway, I'm going to quickly wash all this, and then we're going to get back to, the game. My biggest fear with FF7 Remake is exactly the fact that it felt like every playable part of the game was sacrificed just to make it cinematic. I mean, I haven't played it. That is definitely not the sense I got from a lot of people that had played it, though, so that's interesting. But, I can't speak to that, unfortunately. Very much, Wait, hold on a second. Oh, no, it's not my first. I think it might actually be my third. I was about to say, I think FF14 is my first Final Fantasy game, but I just realized I played the Tactics games. But actually, Final Fantasy XIV is the first numbered Final Fantasy game I ever played. Oh my god, why didn't I ever realize that? Holy shit. Like, I had a Nintendo, the first console I owned was a 64, so like I didn't get the earlier ones, and I didn't get the ones that were on like the PlayStation 1 and 2 and that. So it's probably something I should address in the future. It's probably a good idea for streams, honestly, if I can find a way of playing all that, because I definitely don't have the hardware, having not owned it. You will miss some of the references to 1 through 9 in it. But that's not a big issue. It does reference Tactics, though. Oh, okay, good. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, that references Final Fantasy 1, 2, blah, blah. And I'm gonna be like, yes, Tactics! Fuck yeah! Although, fuck, this keeps getting extended, but fuck it, the conversation's good. One of the things that I know only through osmosis is that there is a character named Biggs and Wedge in 8. And I didn't realize that there was, like, a Biggs and Wedge in others. And then they turned up in 14, and I was like, but that's not Biggs and... There's just Biggs and Wedge in every Final Fantasy game? What? How was I not aware of this? Because I feel like that would get memed a lot more if a game started doing that more. But then again, I don't look at a whole lot of Final Fantasy content, so maybe it does and I've never seen it. Anyway, now I am actually going to wash my stuff, so I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Discord, please. I have a passionate dislike for 7 Remake to the point I'm struggling to formulate a sensible review about it. Yeah, I know, there are definitely people who didn't like the shift to the more character... Well, it's not character action, but the more action-oriented, playstyle instead of the, like, traditional kind of JRPG style that, 7 kind of... When people talk about JRPG, they talk about 7 a lot, so, like, yeah, and, like, I mean, I don't feel like you need real rationalizations as such for that. Yeah, like, just, like, this is why I feel, like, I feel like having to really, really justify, like, why, like, the form of a game doesn't really click with you is unnecessary. But obviously, contextualizing that in a review can be important, because obviously it's going to color your opinion of the game. So, like, if they suddenly turned Nier Automata into a traditional JRPG, I'd be like, well, I mean, sure, it's a great game, but this is not what I want from Nier. Like, so I'm a bit sour on it. And, like, that can still all be, like, all of that can be valid. It can be a good review. It just means that someone who is like, well, I actually like the JRPG aspects of that might disagree with some of it, or a low mark, or whatever. A long list of issues with it, most aren't the combat. Oh, okay, well, fair enough. That's way outside of what I could comment on, having not played either of them, so, yeah. Anyway, Ace Attorney. Pearl has been flexing at us for this entire time, so let's get back to it. Let's go back to the hotel. Gatewater Hotel lobby. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you! What is going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed, is that true? It's a bad rerun is what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... I'll have you know that I was a huge fan of Juan's. Why do all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies? It's always been this way. There she goes. Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. It's a curse. Yeah, clearly. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Same here. I just stopped paying attention to her. Miss Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder, and only recently did I finally find a star that makes this heart go badump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? I watch your words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. Oh boy, shitting on country people again for no fucking reason. No, I'm not gonna... I need to look into something before I make a comment like that. I mean, what is the matter of speaking? What is that matter of speaking supposed to be? Why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word. And there she goes again. Oh, there we go. Pearls, are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying any attention? Youngins today. So I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lotta. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready? For what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? Okay, there it is. Oh, God. I like that she has the most locks we've seen in the game so far. That's so good. Of course she'd be the hardest to break. Oh, brilliant. Oh, please don't stray onto another tangent, please. If you want to hear more, then you show your respect and bring this lady a present. Let's at least give this a shot. Whoop. Shit, we almost spent like an hour on that lunch break. Oh well. Imagine like 3 evidences per lock. Yeah, that wouldn't fucking surprise me. In Ace Attorney, you faced your mentor, one of the best liars in the entire world, and now you'll face your most dangerous opponent yet, the old windbag. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please, tell us what you saw. But, oh, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you youngins' expense. I am a little devil, aren't I, after all? Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. Oh, so this isn't... Huh, she's not lying, it's just difficult to get, anything out of her. What? Oh, I guess the logic is here she's hiding something from us, but she's being direct about the fact that she's hiding something from us and wants things as opposed to us trying to, like, disprove anything she's saying. I think. Or at least for that initial one. Which, there are more ways to be difficult than, or there are more ways to conceal things than to just lie. Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Hallway. Hey, you here? Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Copfella, the thief showed his face. What? Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. Give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry back and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. Camera. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Huh? Fucking Christ, Lotto, why? So you lost your camera? It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in a store. And it's $1,600 brand new. Huh? But didn't you just say you bought it for $700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store, about 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty bitty scratch on it, and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me this talking to, and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear darling expensive sweetie. Lotto, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. Besides, I couldn't get anything for my big scoop. What if Lotto's missing camera is even connected to the murder? A very expensive item valued at $1,600, it was stolen around the time of the murder. Lotto, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. On Guard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Whatever line of heart goes, there's a story to be found. A big scoop to be had. A big scoop? Told you before. I'm gonna be the best tabloid photo... words. It's almost about to cough there too, but... it didn't happen. Oh, that was a weird feeling. Oh. Ugh. Best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. I reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So, maybe I wasn't here the entire time? What big scoop? Lotto, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture of your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? She's only got 2. Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know. Ugh, not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Haha, yeah. Take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your I rule smile. Sure, let's give this a shot. Big scoop. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? For my scoop. What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between one Corrida and this person? I mean, I would guess On Guard. Who the heck is that? You think us journalists are all a bunch of idiots? You can't fool me. I'm a pro. Really? Oh, really? So, who's this person anyway? If you're such a pro, why don't you do your own research and figure it out? Let's try that again, shall we? Could it be that you... yeah, okay. So we're looking into a scandal between 2 people. So I'm gonna back out, because, like... Shot in the dark would have been, obviously, On Guard. Because that would be relevant to this case. Or directly relevant to this case. Perhaps I need to talk to more people, though. Oh, I can go into their rooms now. Awesome. March 21st, Gatewood Hotel, On Guard's hotel room. Where are we? We're in Matt On Guard's dressing room. Dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? Hello? I never noticed how they changed the image of when we don't know the area yet. Oh, really? What was it before? Just like a blank, like a static image of a question mark, or? Where... You're Mr. Unguard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. Yes, a simple deduction, really. Like a TV static. Oh, okay. Huh. There you go. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. On-Guard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash, to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either? It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Alright. She may be of small stature, but her appearances can be deceiving. I like her already. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. On-Guard. Ooh. She has, like, a card with a seashell on it? Huh. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you take a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. But she's a lot of fun at parties. Okay, Phoenix. This person, like, is... This is the first person that's curt and straight to the point with you. I don't think this is a good person to start making jokes about. This is a good thing. When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. On-Guard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Corrida. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? You really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. She has 5 locks. So, about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. On-Guard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that? Okay, Phoenix. You are talking about a guy who cannot get by without literally talking to everyone else. It makes sense that this is either his publicist or his manager. I don't think this is a stretch. Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. On-Guard's manager. His manager. Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Corrida, have one? No, he did not. He didn't. Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you a juice later, alright? Yeah. I can just imagine, like, Pearls, like, pulling up her sleeves, and then Phoenix is like, just calm down. She's just like, okay. Get off this time. Oh, that's fucking great. Okay, let's have a look around this room. There's a giant bone sitting on the plate. Oh god, is this steak again? I don't really like meat. There's something weird about this plate. Just wish I could put my finger on what it is. What? Okay. Looks like dishes left over from dinner. A dinner for two at that. I'm sure they're Mr. OnGuard and Miss Andrews' plates. It looks like they had T-bone steaks. That's... What's with Global Studios and T-bone steaks? Yeah, I was just about to say, this is another callback to, the Steel Samurai thing. Well, I guess, like, if I hadn't caught on to that at this point, it'd be really, really bad. Some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa here. I think that jacket-looking thing is called a hapi. Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. Ah, yes. Telling off Maya for stealing shit and then considering stealing shit. Aw, yeah. Inconsistent as fuck. It's probably Mr. OnGuard's suitcase. For someone who is only going to be here for the award show, this is a lot of stuff. Looks like he has about 3 days worth of clothes in here. Stars really are different from us, aren't they? I mean, they live a hilariously different life, that's for sure. Really? I can't examine this, the fucking weapon? T-bone steaks again? Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It makes me wonder if this, like, realization that Phoenix had just before was related to that, or if there's something else there that's kind of off. Huh. Although I do notice that there is a knife here and no knife here. Huh. Always got to be on the lookout. That's the bedroom over there. That's a bed? Wow, they have really big beds here. I think that's about it. Nothing about that stuff, nothing about the bags. Yeah, okay. And I have nothing else to talk to you about at the moment, or at least anything that's obvious. I wonder if I can, like, ask people about this. I told you, I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that are of no relevance to me. Wow, it's the first time I've been shut down this badly. I feel like you've been shut down far more roughly before. Oh, she's 8. Why did I think 9? Because I know you said 9 earlier, Game Over, but I feel like I said 9 at some point as well, and I don't remember why. Hotel security. I said 9. I wasn't sure though. Yeah, oh, well, I said 9 before you had said that. So, like, it wasn't even like, oh yeah, I got that from you. It was like, no, I got that myself. I don't know where I got that from though. Alright, I think we're done here for the moment. Hi, Lotta. Fuck. There's a Da Bears joke here somewhere, but I can't. Nope. It's gone. Damn it. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Mr. Juan's Corrida's room, Pearls. Mr. Corrida. The victim. Which makes this the crime scene, too. Oh, it's you. So, what's happened? The kidnapper. Has he contacted you again? Not yet. He probably won't until we win Mr. OnGuard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I just want Maya to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that? Even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know. But you've got to keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel. Pal. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you. Haha, wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Map of the Gatewater Hotel around the crime scene. Let's have a quick look at that. Okay. So, actually, I don't know where that would be. Oh, no, this would be upstairs. Okay, so we're probably on the second floor here. This is the entrance lobby. The show would have been right here, and I'm assuming this set of doors is the other set of doors we saw that you walked up the stairs to get to. Then you've got the hall here, and then, yeah, okay. Also, wow, the corridor's room is much longer. Oh yeah, we can slide. Interesting. Alright, let's talk to Gumshoe first. Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. There's a knife in his chest. Oh, sorry, that was Phoenix. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. So he was stabbed to death. With what looks to be one of those knives that was missing from, On Guard's room. They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife. Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Miss On Guard's prints, pal. That's bad. Real bad. I'm actually gonna have another look at that. Vase is broken. 3 flowers. Open violin case, some kind of thing there. Bottle of wine or orange juice, who the fuck knows. And a couple more bottles here. He's also hit here, assuming this perspective isn't mirrored, and he's also missing one of his one of these things on his left side. Oh, on his right, sorry. Okay. Why was Mr. On Guard arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Oh, that's right. He had a button from the costume, and that's probably what was removed on the chest there. Evidence? Looks like the victim, Juan Corrida, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene, and you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Miss On Guard said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught in his Hakama. But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who is it? That lady, Miss Oldbag. Please, anyone but her. Prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. Something that's a little off. As in, that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Okay. First off, bears. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear here he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. If that is the only bit of Mo we see in this episode, I will not be okay. Motherfucker. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. Phoenix is just permanently traumatized to the point that, like, Mo just appears in all of his thoughts that could be made into puns. Good. Great. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Oh, don't. Just don't. There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty? Yeah, it's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut. Oh, there's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam, too. Maybe red was his favorite color? Yeah. I'm guessing all of the bears are just fine. It's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are. Pretty please? Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. What? You're not gonna look at the laptop? Like, okay. It's a suitcase. There are so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. This is clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator. Do All-Stars pack too much stuff like Mystical Reader? Is that a humidifier? Okay. I can't examine the bears either. So that's a bed, right? Yep, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. Big beds must be a rarity for her. The way the magnifying glass popped up on screen for a second there, I thought like Pearl had like vamped into reality just to touch the bed and then leave. I don't know why I thought that, but hey, look. Looks like Mr. Kurita had a dinner last night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show last night. But I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. This is a guitar case, I guess? Oh, guitar, not violin. Yeah, duh. Because he's the fucking, Jammin' Ninja. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. The guitar is not here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show? But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. And he wasn't on stage with it, I think they mentioned earlier too. Which is weird. That's true. Huh? This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought his assailant. What are these bits of glass from? A flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Nick? Harsh? It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it? Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. Yeah, I actually was going to make a point that, like, this is sitting here and not, like, on the table, which is kind of... But that's actually a good point. Everything else that was probably on this looks like it got knocked off. She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright? Found next to the victim, it's filled with tomato juice. No sign it's been drank. Huh. Interesting. I think that's about it for everything here. What can you tell me about this guitar case? Oh, that. This is just what I heard, pal, but that's the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. The guitar case? No, not that. What do you take me as? I mean the guitar inside, of course. But the guitar is missing. Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring their most famous item to an award show. It's starting to sound like the red guitar is related to this case after all. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearl's noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So, does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000 meter dash. Uh-oh. She's coming. She's here. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Profuse sweating. For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce. Later, pal. Ow! Rip. At last you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So, you're the type to steal information from pitiful, hopeless detectives. That's a very dishonorable of you. Ow! Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy McTrenchcoat. Ah! I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Detective, come over here for a second. Okay, listen. Like, I get that's her thing. This is, like, even for anime, even for video game, even for narrative, this is gone, like, way too much. Especially this scene right here. Like, what the fuck? I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours. Is that what this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ow. What did she throw at me now? What is this? My dearest Wendy? Well, I guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. It's fucking Sunny again. Son of a bitch. What the fuck? Ugh. I would bet money by the time I stop streaming that it's going to be raining again. I would put money on that right now. Well, I guess this means I've got to go get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, alright? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. It was insufferably sunny and hot here until today. Yeah, it's been pretty much miserable here for the last couple of weeks, come to think of it. For the most part. There's been brief respite here and there, but not all that much. Wait, hang on. Whoa, hang on, whoa. Hold on a second. Oh, there it is. It was actually on the table. Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Corrida's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. Ah, it's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says, "To my dearest Wendy," in more normal letters here? This sloppy, unreadable writing? It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. Yep. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Let's briefly talk to him. Can you tell me a little more about the Nichols Samurai TV show? Okay. Exact same theme as the Steel Samurai, I think. The Nichols Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's a sequel to the Steel Samurai. Oh, that would be why. I see. This time, there are 3 samurai brothers. Aluminium Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course, the Nickel Samurai. It's a love why in Neo World Tokyo? Sorry? See, wait. A love what? A love why? Okay. This girl, Sayo, works at a tea shop and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Oh. I guess the Y shape is like 3 brothers colliding over this one girl. Huh.
Yeah, because, like, a 3-person thing would be a love triangle, so I guess, like, yeah, that would be a Y if it's all going on, focusing on one person.
That didn't click. I don't know why that didn't click, but... Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet. ×3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo, does Miss Sayo fall in love? Does she? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 AM. I've got to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theatre and starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. Jammin' Ninja. So what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like? It started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. Same theme song as the others. Story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. I wonder why. I wonder if Gaijin Goomba has done anything with this. I don't know why that's the thing that fucking flew to my head first. He's part of the D&D podcast, one of the D&D podcasts I listen to, and he goes on about, well, he does content about this stuff a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually mentioned this at one point or another, but boy could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. A ninja with a bright red guitar. And then the final fight in front of his beloved princess Misola. Jammin' versus the Muramachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Ah, that's too bad for him. Yeah. This kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl? Well, what happens next? I want to know. Jammin. The Jammin Ninja. Will he be able to sing? What about Princess Missola? Every Sunday at 8 AM. Which show should I watch? Can't believe she's really considering it. Anyway. I should have saved before I did that, but fuck it, it's fine. Alright, I'll be honest. Give you what you want. That's Juan's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says "To my dearest Wendy" on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy. Somehow, I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Oh, that's good. The toughest enemy we've ever faced. Someone who needs an autograph. Your offer isn't good my offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart. Of my dearest Juan. That was it! That's good. That's good. Autograph given to Wendy, dearest. Alright. Out with it. I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet, minding my own business. And did you tell that to the police? Well, of course, I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it, maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Ongard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about the details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan in. I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken. Yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it. What did Mr. Ongard ever do to her to deserve this? Like, just based on history, Oldbag should probably be thinking about whether or not she's being blinded again. What did Mr. Ongard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick, what is it? What's a scandal? Oh, I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Oh, poor Juan, led astray by the wiles of that vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do vials and vile temptress mean? How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbag has to say for now, okay, Pearls? So, Miss Oldbag, who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose. His own manager? His own manager? But why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. On Guard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Ugh, of course. A tabloid. Next week? Doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? And where did she get it? I guess we're done with that then. Is Lotta around? She is. Hi, Lotta. We're gonna do a thing. The big scoop. Lotta, will you please answer me the question? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the room? I told you, didn't for my scoop. I mean, there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps unfolding scandal between, this person? This woman? She's Adrian Andrews, Matt On Guard's manager. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammin Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? Pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah. You gotta have that, what's it? News source? You mean news source? That's it. So show me something that shows that that Juan guy had something with Miss Andrews. Huh. I don't think we have something like that. Show me something that shows that Juan had something with Miss Andrews. I think we have to go back and talk to Adrian again, by the sound of it. On guard. Did you know the victim, Mr. Corrida? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. Excuse me? Got a hunch this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corrida was killed. Do you have any ideas? As to why Mr. Corrida was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job. So, do you have any ideas? 4? Ah! The actual challenge. That's good. Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a psyche lock, Mr. Nick? Yes. There's getting to be more and more of these lately. I do like how they set up the 4 locks with, Wendy, then subverted that, and then brought it back like, okay, for real now, it's gonna be 4. Let's have a good old squiz at that, then. Oh, shit. Yeah. 4 locks, I know. I picked the wrong thing. No, we want to present stuff. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Enguarde's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close. That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You are not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. I don't think I have anything to corroborate that at the moment. So... Oh, you know what? I probably have to get that out of the lotto. Okay, I don't think I can do that just yet. Alright. Thinking time. Thinking time. Okay, so what did we learn from, what did we learn from Old Bag? We learnt that, Andrews was, in a scandal with Juan. Or we learned that Adrian is in a scandal with Juan. Now, Lotta was chasing that up, and she wants me to show the proof that there was a thing. And now... Adrian wants me to show her something... Well, sorry. Well, I mean, yeah, whichever way I phrase it. The game wants me to present Adrian with something that contradicts her being an intimate person. Her not being an intimate person. Or proof that she has been intimate with people. Yeah, I don't think I'd get anything out of that. Pretty sure I've examined everything in here. Actually, hold on a second. What did, what did Lotta say in the second bit here? Pretty good. Can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah. You gotta have that, what's it, news source? You mean news source, that's it. So show me something that shows that one guy had something with... No. Really think I'm... Looks like I touched a nerve there. Now listen here, city boy. Show me a good Solid news source, or else. You mean news source? That's it. That's a really cute way of looping this conversation back into itself. Like, having to re-clarify the thing with the same sentence that leads into this. That was clever. I like that. Show me something that shows that one guy had something with Miss Andrews. I don't think I have anything for that. Oh, I might as well. Wait, did I just... No, I didn't. Shit. Oh, well, I took that hit permanently. Oh, fuck me. I gotta be more careful about that. Okay, let's go back to Juan's room. Oh, shit. I'm gonna do it one more, examination of this place. Phone's off the hook. Doesn't appear to be anything else here. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. Man's got taste. Cannot deny. What do you think about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her. You know. There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? Ah, if you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy. Looks like a lion that's just around his next meal. Fuck. Yeah, there's a character that this guy really reminds me of, but I can't think of who it is. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah. I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. Oh, really? You too? Huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. There we go. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. You see now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Corrida didn't have a manager of his own. Which means, if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA... Adrian Andrews? Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd. That woman, Miss Andrews? Together with the biggest rival of her client. Ah, it's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearls is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. Ooh, in this context, that's a... Wow, still clear skies. I might actually make it out to the shops before it starts raining again. Touch wood. An article from the tabloid Gossipland. Alright, so that's what we're going to present to Lotta. Alright, let's actually save this time because I did take a hit. No, fuck. Yep. Backup. News source, that's it. So show me something that shows that one guy had something with Miss Andrews. Here we go. This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. Ah! Mr. Kurita didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. OnGuard's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Kurita's door last night. What? Got him. And now she'll probably present us with something that we can present to Adrian that proves that they were intimate. I assume? You were looking into Miss Kurita and Mrs. Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? Lotta. That was implied. That ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's fair. Well, at least I do. So that's what I was doing, getting photos. Oh. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, Lotta. Nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know. But... The paper I wrote it on, my note to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself? It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. Oh, that's not proof anyway, but... They don't run off together. Came here for a big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. That's enough to make a gal go bonkers, I tell ya. What's with people now, anyway? Never thought I'd see the day when someone done steals something from me. You really want that note back, huh? I've got no idea why, though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Lotta's camera updated. Okay, that didn't get us anywhere closer to what I thought. Although, that does give someone more... That could give people more motive to actually steal that, which I guess is a thing. What do we do with this information? Come to think of it, didn't, we haven't gone to see Gumshoe, so that's probably a thing we should do. Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, thing looks perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony airtight. But, We can't just roll over and die. You have to stay positive. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? Can't give you all the details, pal, but there's 2 big pieces. It's 2? And both of them are in this photo. Well, it's gonna be the knife. And the button. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. On-Guard. Yep, I found it in the folds of the Nickel Samurai special pants. And the second one is the knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? You didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're Matt On-Guard's. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. So what about this airtight testimony? It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag. I thought so. I thought so. What do you mean? What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well... I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10 and there's no turning it down. Trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it, pal. She saw Miss On-Guard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way! Okay. Caught leaking info to... I mean, my neck as a joke. But yeah, ask me about anything that you're... Asking me about things that... Ask me about things that only have to do with the case, alright, pal? Okay. Right. Gonna have to go. Gotten really late here. Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna be wrapping it up here soon anyway. Random guess, game over. Like, how close am I to wrapping up this particular section, if you've got any idea? God, throat's killing me too. I don't remember very well. I'd assume not long. Yeah, I would have assumed so too, but yeah, no, it's fair enough. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely night. Sleep well. Don't stay up too late on my account. How the fuck are we gonna find that? Yeah, see you later. What can you tell me about this guitar case? Oh, that. This is just what I heard, pal, but that's the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. I think we've already done this. Yeah, we looked for it. Sure, it's starting to sound like the red guitar is related to this case after all. Actually, hold on. This might just be a good chance to end the stream, actually, because I feel like I'm not going to get that much further right now. I'm really, like, out of ideas. Oh, the weather's going to be... Oh, actually, that's the wrong thing. Hold on a sec. God damn it. Where is the fucking... I don't know why that's not loading. I guess we'll persevere. I don't know, I guess I just start showing him shit. Oh. Okay. Pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Corita. But why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman... committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. That's probably French, so it's probably Enpa, but Impax is gonna be it until... Yeah. She was Juan Corrida's manager. The victim's manager? But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who is both Mr. Corrida's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? Do you want to know more about her, pal? Yes. She was the victim's manager and also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Oh, maybe it's just a coincidence, but... I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Voldkarma, you can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't. You don't mean... I do. Scruffy, you have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait, please wait, sir. If I don't get this month's pay, I'll start... Quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you, I would... Oh my god, please let this be Edgeworth. I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Oh, he's back! Edgeworth? It's been a long time, right? This person... This is Mr. Edgeworth? What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Francisca. You... How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it? You soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed, to be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I hear you're having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. And that's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix, right? I will see you tomorrow, in court. It will be a clinical lesson of the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick! I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. You going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So, no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. Holy fuck. Edgeworth has, like, completely turned around on this whole business. God damn, I wish I got to this when Game Over was still here. The truth. In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened, however Manfred von Karma was still my mentor. And a perfect win record is proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reasons you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd have been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Oh my god, Phoenix. I mean, like, he's not wrong, but Phoenix, he has clearly turned around. Like, god, dude. I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, "I will defeat you this time," the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say? Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Which is very fair. Especially with some of the shit we've seen up until this point. Even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there is still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn? Me. Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Okay. Gifted prosecutor. He disappeared suddenly a year ago. This woman is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corrida's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Impax died. But her death was ruled as suicide, right? Yes. But there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. A suicide note that just vanished, huh? Interesting. Miss Impax's death was most certainly a suicide. Of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. And that's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. The suicide note? But how do you know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence. However, we did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a suicide note very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Juan Corrida himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Mr. Corrida had his own manager's suicide note. But why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is a suicide report. Part 1, anyway. Part 1. Deceased Celeste, found by Juan. Was her suicide note hidden? Was there anything else to that? No? Okay. Yeah, my throat is fucking dying at this point. I have no interest in talking about useless evidence. Put a little more thought into what you show me, Phoenix Wright. Still stuck up as ever. Okay.
I guess we could use the newspaper to imply
The rendezvous? And then part of, I imagine what part of Adrian's little psyche lock is probably gonna have to do, or part of her psyche lock is gonna have to do with the suicide, by the sound of it. Oh. Looks like Miss Andrews isn't here. That's not good. I still have a few questions I want to ask her. And she has that psyche lock on her heart, right? Well, you don't have much of a choice. I guess we'll have to come back later. Oh. Great. Great. Amazing. Stream's almost at 4 hours. I should probably wrap this up. Look at the weather again. That's still good. I should be fine. I mean, it sounded like it also... yeah, the only other thing I can think of is that we can still talk to Edgeworth? Because, like, the person I would have presented that to isn't around. Oh, shit. Wrong place. But I hit that by accident. Why are we... Why did I have to present Edgeworth the thing he gave me? What? I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has part 2. 2 parts? What you just handed me is the first part of the report. Here is the second part. Second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name, it's Adrian Andrews? Miss Andrews? What did she do? She tried to kill herself. She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try to kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews. She has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews. Dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Do you have anything else to tell me about that then, or... Wait, did we actually get part 2 of that? What the fuck is going on here? 2 parts. Miss Andrews tried to kill herself. Secret. She's dependent. Dependent? Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. Do we talk about Andrews then? Adrian Andrews. She holds a large secret within herself. A secret? You can't help but feel that you can't help but feel this whole case revolves around her. Why did that feels like it was not Okay. Looking into leads, but we can only look into a few key players with our limited resources. There's no reason for us to waste our energy investigating this person. Why don't you just tell me straight and say I don't have any info? Or better yet, just discuss all the info with us so we don't have to go through this prompting. Fuck it. There's an interesting rumor about this man. You mean the one about Miss Andrews getting close to him? That's pretty common tabloid fare, isn't it? I don't think things at face value when I don't take things at face value when there's more to be found. While I was abroad, these deplorable types of actors became popular, I take it. Well, refreshing like a spring breeze is his motto. Refreshing? What is so refreshing about a spring breeze? Oh my god, Edgeworth, please. Sounds like the pollen is not treating him well this year. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Allergies. Did we go over this? Yeah, we did. Actually, maybe now that we've talked about her suicide, maybe she's back. Ow. Nope. So has Edgeworth got more to say then, or? Oh, shit. One of these got replaced and I didn't realize. I'm an idiot. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempted suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impart. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she... Her pillar of strength, her mentor, Celeste, was gone forever. And that's why. Why would that... Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She's someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. When Celeste suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then, that means her super confident attitude, it's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. Oh, and then we got the second bit, okay. Okay, well, surely that means we can start talking right now. Although, this is... like, we're just gonna go up to a person who, like, attempted suicide, who's we've acknowledged is barely holding it together, and we're gonna press her about that. It's a bit yikes. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. But it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Miss von Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Mrs. von Karma. You're the one doing the following, Pearls. You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. Did she keep a tracker on him? What is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective, and with this, I know that fool's every move. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Think understood. Alright. What were those two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Yep, and we're gonna just get her while she's down, I guess, because present. Motive for murder. Why was Juan Corrida murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Enguarde's life in danger by your actions? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corrida. You were not that close. That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You are not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. You and Mr. Corrida had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you ever had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on her good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me, need to get close to Mr. Corrida. As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Corrida for this person's sake? For this person's sake? What are we implying here? Okay, so... No. No. That's herself. No. Maybe? And no. So that leaves... Enguarde or Celeste. It was... you could throw this one of two ways. So it's either she was doing it for Celeste so that she could manage Corrida, or she was doing... Well, actually, no, I think it's just Celeste. Celeste Enpax, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Enpax, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her... oh, sorry, that's not her. Right before her death, she was Juan Corrida's manager. So, I believe you got close to Mr. Corrida so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Is there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Because there was a mystery. Ooh. Yeah, no, it's this. One way you could have spun that is like, you almost committed suicide over that. Let's not. But, no, this is better. Miss Enpax's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like, maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurita. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became into it with Mr. Kurita. I sat quietly by you and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give, however. I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. I think it's important to bring up here that, doing this in real life, like, period, is a fucking awful idea. No, Fig, this isn't 14 leveling. Listen. Listen, you. That might happen later. I haven't decided yet, but, yeah. Fucking don't rush me. I'm going through an interesting game here, okay? This is a very important moment that I wanted to kind of impress the importance of not, like, bringing up people's past trauma haphazardly, trying to break them into, like, telling them the truth, telling you the truth. You had to ruin it with FF14. Awful. Awful man, Doey. That is a cute fucking emote, though. You know what? That's fine. But yeah, like, in any other situation, and especially in real life, this is fucking terrible. Like, do not bring up people's fucking past trauma like this. Like, this is the name of the game, but man, in any other context, this would be disgusting behavior. Like, oh yeah. Yeah, anyway. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very dependent ever since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, the facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own. But, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Kurita of hiding Mrs. Impax's note. You had heard about it, and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was, why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one person, or the one with a reason to want Mr. Kurita dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she was killed, why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder? It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small, and I really don't have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews... This one thing... It's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. It's my secret. Mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews. All I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And that someone was Juan Carita. Celeste... Without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Carita to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they all say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. Just cut back to her for... Wow, Reese, way to tear this person down bit by bit. Yeah, I know, Phoenix is kind of a horrible person for doing that. It's almost like I had a point before, and that was kind of the reason why I was pointing that out. Good catch, Doey. I appreciate that. I appreciate someone who's paying attention to what I'm saying. But as for the suicide note, I didn't want and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so... I understand. Oh, I had one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide. I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, if people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. Bitch, same. Also, like, it's really weird that, like, throughout this whole thing, Phoenix has been calm up until the point that, like, we reestablished that, you know, Adrian is kind of on shaky ground here. Like, that being revealed to the world and her weakness being known as kind of the thing she feared. The thing she wanted to kill herself over, basically. Well, more or less. It's really weird that Phoenix would then jump to, okay, and not just be like, I understand. Like, he'd been calm up until that point. It's really weird for him to jump to, like, the really, like, okay, yes, fuck, okay, whoa. It's almost like the story really wants to get away from that point. For some reason. Can't imagine why. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first, which explains why she has so many ellipses in her speech before she says like a full sentence. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. I was wondering if this was going to come up. That card? Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What? Excuse me? What is it? It looks like a seashell? That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. Wonder where I picked it up from. I'm not remembering something clearly. Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. OnGuard in your capable hands. Didn't need the quotation marks about that. That was a bit... But, I mean, yeah, it's understandable, given what we just talked about. Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh, no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine. I really am. You don't look fine to me. Okay, I guess we'll keep moving out. Well, like, what else is there to do? Literally go to the offices. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Npax's suicide? That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Oh no. Ah, Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello? Brighton Co. Law Officers. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya! Where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Yes, I've just been looming over her with this, like, really off-putting red light streaming in from the back. It's actually quite intimidating. Sorry, we're getting off topic. Which is why, I suppose, she is absolutely famished. What? So, I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost. Wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis. Ask my sis. Mia? Maya! Maya! Ah, damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? Sis? What does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry? Ah! There she is. Mia! I have a message from Maya, so come, ask me anything you want about her. Okay. How's Maya? She's safe, for now. A kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper. What's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And? She didn't see the face of her attacker. Ugh. Maya is locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Oh, shit, okay. Fuck is that? Huh. Okay. Huh? Someone dropped a card here. Kinda looks like a business card, but there's no name on it. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. I don't know what it is about just this background, but it is really, like, subtly sinister. It's... Trap. It's locked. But this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. Then click, they magically open the door. I wonder if there's a card like that around here I could use. Ah, that's it. This shell card. Oh. If I use this, maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. I did it. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. Shouldn't keep Nick waiting or worried. Feel like this is going to go very fucking bad. Whew, okay. Yeah, that's definitely where I'm leaving this. Jesus. Well, I'm really glad we didn't see D-Killer again, because there's something about that silhouette against that particular background that's just fucking unnerving. Ugh. Yep. So, more of this tomorrow. Yeah. I have been, like, though he was joking about it in chat, but I have honestly been thinking about, like, streaming FF14 leveling. Well, I guess I discussed that with Game Over as well. I don't know if I will. And even if I do, it's probably just going to be a random on and off thing. It's not going to be something I do all the time, but yeah. It could just be a thing. But yeah, more of this tomorrow. I think that's really about it. We'll talk about the week tomorrow. But yeah, that was one long fucking investigation. And there's obviously going to be... This trial is probably going to be really, really long. Because, I mean, we have to solve this in one day, so...
I don't even know if we can. It seems like we haven't been presented with the whole picture, so I'm actually kind of worried about what's going to happen during the trial.
Although it seems to be implied that Maya's going to try and find a way out. At first I thought that scene was like... At first I thought that scene was actually a flashback to what Mia saw with Maya, but I think the implication of that scene is that was happening simultaneously to Mia explaining stuff to Phoenix. So concerned, very concerned about what's going to be happening. But yeah, I guess we'll find out more about that tomorrow. So thank you guys for thank you all for watching. If you're watching live or on VODs, I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. So I hope you all have a lovely day, and I shall see you all next time.